Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Omnic and Aster facing off, with Aster entering the duel as the clear favorite. Aster has dominated their historical head-to-head with a massive lead of 137 wins, but Omnic is coming in with a very strong 27-17 record over the last day. He's clearly playing with a lot more confidence than usual right now. Omnic is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The number 30 ranked player is putting up a real fight. Back to a dead heat. Both of these guys are refusing to give an inch early on. He's staying composed after that tough outing against Zeth earlier today. Omnic is holding a slim lead as we head into round 6. Aster really needs to find a way to stabilize here. Omnic is really putting the pressure on now. 4-2. Absolutely ruthless. He's completely taken control of this series. The higher rated player is just completely offline right now. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, cruising toward a huge lead. His current form is a total flip from that head-to-head record. Aster finally answers back with a swift response. Still plenty of room to close this gap. Omnic is simply ignoring his usual 29% success rate on this map. So yeah, it looks like he's completely flipped the script on how this environment typically plays for him. He's really starting to make a statement with this lead. Omnic takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. You know, Aster was supposed to steamroll this series, but we're seeing the exact opposite happen right now. He's just not keeping up with the lower seeded player. Fresh start for the trailing player. Omnic is just relentless, pushing it to 10-3. Aster is really feeling the heat now. Omnic just picks him right off the ramp, putting himself in a commanding position. A tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. He wipes the ramp clean, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. A complete collapse from someone who came into this as the clear favorite. A quick reaction there to get the round, but the pressure is still immense. That's a huge gap to close from this point. A very fast response from Aster to keep this fight alive. A momentary lapse in focus for the underdog. Unbelievable, Omnic digs deep and secures the victory, finishing the map with an absolute statement. He just completely shrugged off those historical numbers and ran wild over the favorite today. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Mist and Aster facing off today in a very close matchup. Aster leads the all-time head-to-head record with 26 wins. He has consistently found ways to outperform Mist in these skirmishes. Well, this early lead suggests he's still very comfortable in this rivalry. Aster is simply lightning fast right now, utilizing that ramp to shut everything down. The underdog is definitely having a rough start to the series. Total bloodbath on the ramp that time, but Mist was just a hair faster. It's interesting to see the higher ranked players starting to push back. Aster's crushing a 3-1 lead into this round. It's been a tough run for him after those 2 losses to Lancer. Aster is really dominating a 4-1 lead here. It's an impressive surge for the lower rated side of the bracket. He's just completely taking over from the ramp, extending his run to 3 straight. He's certainly making a case for himself despite that rank gap. Mist earns a clean victory from the ramp to close that gap. He's certainly shaking off those recent losses to Lancer. Mist holds the high ground on the ramp to extend this run. Both players are playing aggressively tonight. Mist has been playing a high volume of games today with a 25-16 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear that this active schedule is helping him stay warm, but he's still fighting an uphill battle against a very focused opponent. He's showing real grit here, taking this one down without taking a single hit. The gap in their rankings is certainly not showing right now. He is completely refusing to back down as we head into the halfway break. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, it's exactly what we expected to see from 2 players this close in skill. Both guys have shown they can string together 3 straight rounds when they're on. Let's see who blinks first. He's completely in control now, pulling a clean shot off the ramp to take the lead. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable right now. He's absolutely on fire now, putting together another effortless round to widen the gap. The pressure is clearly shifting back onto Aster. Another fast reaction there, and he's now 3 straight to push his lead to 9-6. Unbelievable. He just dismantles Aster right off the ramp to push a 4-round streak. What an insane scrap! He barely survives with a sliver of health to keep the momentum rolling. That was an absolute nail-biter for the lead. Aster finally answers back, picking him off the ramp to secure this one. That keeps things interesting for the lower-seeded player. Aster is starting to put the pressure back on Mist, slicing right through that lead. He's just not stopping, drilling another one from the ramp to bring the score to 11-9. He's really playing like the favorite right now. He keeps the pressure high, securing another win from the ramp to close the deficit further. It's becoming a real battle of nerves from here. What a way to seize the momentum. He puts himself just 1 step away from closing this out. Aster shows incredible resolve, managing to knock him off the ramp and survive that exchange. Absolute perfection from Mist to close this out, completing a stunning climb back to victory. He really put those previous head-to-head losses behind him today. That final clutch was all he needed to pull through. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We've got Omnic taking on the favorite Mist in today's match. Omnic comes into this with a 26-17 record over the last day. Well, that high volume of games seems to be paying off in terms of warm-up. Now he just needs to translate that momentum into a lead over the higher rated favorite. Omnic is really starting to dictate the pace here. That's a lot of experience with over 5,000 total games. Mist usually holds the upper hand in their head-to-heads, but he's definitely feeling the pressure right now. Omnic holds a slim lead at 3-2. That's a strong start for the number 14 ranked player. Omnic is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. Mist is usually much more consistent in these head-to-heads. Omnic is just too quick today, catching Mist right as he stepped onto the ramp. It's a stark contrast to the 13-11 win he just put up against Aster. He's simply untouchable right now, securing a huge lead with that perfectly timed shot. A swift response from Mist to get back into this. He's playing like someone who's used to coming out on top. He's putting up a serious fight, not letting his opponent pull away as he secures another round. He's simply on fire right now, putting up a huge response to close the gap. The momentum has completely shifted in a matter of seconds. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. It's a massive shock to see the lower ranked player keeping pace like this. Omnic is refusing to go down, completely erasing that historical disadvantage in the head-to-head. Fresh start, brand new side. That's an incredibly clean hit, and he continues his push to reclaim control of this series. A glimpse of that gap in skill level showing through. Deadlock once again. They're neck and neck at 7 all. His current form matches those surprising wins he's put up lately. He's showing incredible resolve, clawing his way back to take a one-round advantage. He's starting to look like the favorite once again. He's refusing to crack, proving he can keep the pressure on in this series. It's the kind of composure you expect from a top-ranked opponent. He's completely taken over this match, extending his lead to 10. He's certainly reminding everyone why he entered this as the clear favorite. Omnic is digging in deep, showing some real grit to keep his hopes alive. He's fighting back to make this a genuine contest. Mist is showing a lot of heart, securing an effortless finish to extend the lead. He's simply outclassing his opponent in this series. Just one more round needed now for Mist to close the deal. Everything is just clicking for the higher seeded player now. What a scrap. Omnic digs deep to outlast him in that exchange. A huge sigh of relief for the underdog as he keeps the dream alive. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Omnic survives the war to keep this fight going. He's refusing to let this slip away just yet. Unbelievable. Mist shuts the door on this comeback and secures the series victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit today, but he just couldn't find those last couple of rounds to close it out. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we're on red line today for a clash between Omnic and Aster, where the favorite looks to regain his form. Aster makes quick work of the first round, catching Omnic right as he stepped up onto the ramp. He really looks comfortable in this head-to-head. Aster has an incredible history here, winning 77% of their total matches against Omnic. It's just that Omnic had the upper hand in their last meeting, so that's probably why he's fighting so hard to regain that lead early. Omnic gets a clean look at the head and puts a stop to the early slide. He's showing why the crowd expected him to take this set. Aster's sitting pretty with a commanding 4-1 lead. Aster is clearly leaning on that experience advantage. They were right on top of each other there, but Aster manages to secure the win from the ramp. A higher seat is definitely asserting his authority here. Aster secures his third straight victory from the ramp, putting an end to Omnic's hopes of a comeback. He's really making an example of his opponent right now. Omnic fires first and takes that one for himself. A welcome change of pace compared to that blowout we saw earlier. Aster just can't be shaken, taking control from the ramp to push his lead even further. He's putting that rank 24 status on full display right now. Omnic has been really strong in the league today, putting up a 26-18 record across his matches. Well, it's not translating to this specific series, he's just not finding a way to counter Aster's current pace. Aster takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of start we expected from the favorite. He's really making the most of his 59% win rate on this map. Omnic needs a spark here. Both players were fighting for the same piece of ground, but Aster proves he's the stronger fighter in that scrap. That was a rapid exchange for a highly efficient result. The pace is just blistering right now. Aster is deciding these rounds in a fraction of a second. That was a genuine battle for the ramp, but Omnic managed to come out on top. The pressure is mounting after a tough couple of hours for the favorite. What a flawless sequence. Aster is now just 1 point away from closing out the match. Everything is going according to the script for the favorite. Game over. Aster digs deep and secures that final kill to take home the victory. He completely dominated the server today, just proving he's simply too strong for Omnic to handle right now. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Mist and Aster are stepping onto orange to see who comes out on top. Aster has a very strong 74% win rate on this particular map. It's a huge advantage compared to what Mist usually puts up in these duels. I'm curious to see if that map knowledge is the key to him taking control today. Mist is really putting the pressure on Aster now. He's certainly feeling the confidence from those other 2 wins today. Absolutely effortless. He's just too sharp right now, extending that streak to 3. He's simply not missing a single shot, taking his 4th straight round with a perfect finish. The head-to-head record says Aster should have the upper hand here. Finally, Aster finds an opening to break that momentum and get back in the game. The pre-match favorite is finally starting to wake up. He's staying steady, clawing his way back into the series as that gap begins to close. Exactly the kind of shift we expected, given their overall ratings. Mist is really riding a wave of momentum right now with a 27-16 record today. Look, it's a stark contrast to Aster, who has been struggling to close out matches throughout the day. I wonder if the pressure is finally getting to him. Mist holds a commanding 6-4 lead as we enter round 10. He's definitely proving to be the tougher matchup today. Aster is really sliding here. And those rapid-fire round losses are starting to pile up. He's really making his case as the more formidable player today. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's currently playing exactly as we expected. Aster has the better map history here, so it'll be interesting to see if that helps him flip the script in the second half. He's refusing to give up, showing a lot of grit to keep this duel competitive. A clean execution there to narrow that gap. Both players were landing heavy shots, but he manages to outlast the exchange to even the series. It's a complete reset now with everything back on the table. He's completely flipped the script, securing a 3rd straight win to take the lead. The shift in momentum is absolutely undeniable now. He's simply not stopping, picking up another quick one to maintain a terrifying grip on this series. He catches a quick exchange here to keep the score tight. This is becoming a real battle of wills for that rank 24 spot. Aster just walked through that encounter, completely unscathed, tightening his grip on this lead. His rank among the top 50 is really showing through. He's showing a lot of heart, staying in control to move just 2 rounds away from a win. He's certainly making a strong case for that favorite tech right now. He's not going away quietly, taking a tidy round to narrow this lead. The gap is smaller than it was at the start. He puts the pressure back on, pushing the lead to 12-9 and standing on the threshold of victory. A clean transition back to the driver's seat. He just keeps digging in, refusing to let this match slip away. He needs to find a way to shut this momentum down. What a conclusion. He refuses to break, weathering the storm to close out this series. Mist really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find that one last push to close it out. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have Omnic and Mist facing off on Mapas, where the favorite Mist looks to stay dominant. Omnic is fighting uphill here, given that Mist leads their head-to-head 12-7. It's interesting to see him take an early lead, despite the historical disadvantage. The key will be whether he can maintain this pressure throughout the first half. Omnic is really heating up with a 2-1 lead. He's sitting much higher on the ladder as expected. Mist has completely flipped the script, erasing Omnic's early advantage in a flash. Omnic barely clings to a thin lead at 3-2. Coming into the match as the clear underdog makes this result even more impressive. Omnic is widening the gap to 4-2 now. It's a complete reversal from their 13-10 meeting earlier. Mist has responded well, quickly narrowing the gap as we move further into the first half. The higher rated player is quickly sorting things out. Omnic puts himself in a great spot, securing that victory from the ramp. A huge mental hurdle to overcome for the lower ranked competitor. Omnic is coming into this match with a solid 26-17 record today. It's giving him a level of confidence that's clearly overriding his usual struggles against his opponent. We're seeing a much more aggressive approach from him right now. A precise sequence of shots puts him back in control just before the break. A much needed response for the 15th ranked player. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is an unexpected turn for a player who usually converts only 29% of his games on this map. He is definitely playing above his head today. Let's see how Mist responds. He's refusing to buckle, taking this one completely untouched to close the gap. The pressure is definitely shifting back to the lower ranked side. Omnic pulls ahead again, reclaiming a 2-round cushion. A huge effort to keep pace with the better ranked player here. Omnic is surging ahead with a commanding 9-6 lead. He's really defying the odds right now. Mist secures another round, showing a lot of heart as he claws back into this game. This, a lot like the closer moments from their 13-10 duel. He is simply too fast, ending that engagement in a heartbeat to stay within striking distance. The comeback is complete. He's completely erased the deficit to even things up at 9-9. Both players are practically resetting the board for this final stretch. He's simply on fire right now, putting himself just 3 rounds away from victory. The experience of a veteran is showing through in this stretch. The momentum is firmly with the favorite now as he moves within 2 rounds of victory. He is simply outclassing his opponent in these exchanges. He's totally in command now, taking that duel with ease to put himself 1 step from victory. Omnic refuses to go quietly, shutting the door on that streak to keep his hopes alive. He's showing incredible resolve, staying focused to push the tally to 11-12. The tide is turning in a huge way for the underdog. Absolute perfection in that exchange, and we're heading straight into overtime. What a way to force the extra frames. What a statement! Mist takes full control of this duel, moving to a 13-12 lead. The higher seed is simply refusing to let the underdog close this out. He is simply unstoppable in this stretch, continuing his fierce run with a decisive victory. That's a huge shift in momentum for the favorite. Mist is on a tear right now, moving just 1 step away from victory. He's looking incredibly confident as we head into this final stretch. He's not folding under the pressure, putting up another fight to keep this game breathing. That was a lightning fast reset to get back in this. What a fight. He continues this charge, refusing to let the series slip away. He's clearly found a way to shut down that momentum. Absolutely fearless. Omnic is now just a single win away from taking this home. Unbelievable response to bring this all the way back. Missed, edges ahead, locking in a 16-15 lead. Mistakes a commanding 17-15 grip on this. The gap in their raw ratings is becoming more evident here. Omnic just clawed back to 16-17. This is proving a much tougher battle than the analysts expected. Mist is pulling away, now leading 18-16. He's consistently proving why he's rated so much higher on the ladder. Mist is nearly there with a 19-16 advantage. He really made him sweat for every single point in that overtime. What a battle. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Omnic taking on the heavily favored Aster in today's match. Aster has been incredibly oppressive in their history, winning 77% of their matchups against Omnic. It's definitely interesting to see that dynamic shifting early on today. We'll see if that trend holds as the match progresses. Another perfect exchange for Omnic, who just cannot be stopped right now. His recent match history definitely didn't predict this start. He's completely in control now, putting up a flawless start to the map. Quite a turnaround given how that previous 4-13 clash ended. He is simply untouchable right now, moving the lead to a commanding 5-0. Aster finally gets on the board, showing a bit of resilience in this exchange. Omnic is currently sitting at a 31% all-time win rate across his career. Well, it's a huge testament to his composure that he's holding the lead despite those historical struggles. He's really fighting against the trend right now. A swift response there, keeping that comfortable lead intact. He's putting up a real fight today despite being outside the top 25. Omnic is just dominating, extending the lead to 7-3. He's really turning the tide on a rough day so far. Omnic keeps the pressure high, leading 7-4. He can't let the match slip away after that dominant victory earlier today. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's absolutely defying the odds right now. Aster is just unable to put this game away, despite the huge skill gap we usually see here. Time for a fresh start. He's digging deep to keep this series alive, narrowing that gap further. It's a gritty fight for the lower-seeded player right now. What a turnaround. He's completely erased the deficit and brings us back to a dead heat. The heavy favorite is finally starting to exert his influence. He's really making his presence felt now, having completely shifted the energy of this match. The momentum has completely flipped in his favor. He is just tearing through the opposition now, securing another effortless kill to keep the charge going. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life after that chaotic firefight, securing a huge victory with almost nothing left in the tank. Simply not letting up, continuing this impressive push back into the lead. Everything is starting to look a lot more normal now. He's completely taken over now, extending his reach to an 11-8 lead. Pure efficiency from Aster to bring himself within a single round of victory. The gaps in skill are finally showing. What a way to seal it! Aster completes an incredible run to secure the victory. He really tried to pull off the upset early on, but that late surge was just too much. Omnic will have to shake it off quickly before his next one. Welcome everyone. We're at the arena for a great matchup between Mist and Aster. Let's see who takes the win. Aster looks very comfortable right now with a 63% win rate on this specific map. He's coming into this game already having beaten Mist in their most recent head-to-head. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological edge carries through the rest of the match. Unbelievable control. He's just completely overwhelmed his opponent to start this match. He's proving that his recent victory against Mist wasn't just a fluke. Finally, a response from Mist, who just completely shut that down to get back on the board. He's putting up a real fight, digging deep to keep this series close. The favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable here. Aster still holds a commanding lead at 4-2. Mist has stayed incredibly active today with an impressive 28-17 record across his other matches as well, but that sheer volume of games might actually be weighing on him in this specific set. It's becoming harder for him to keep up with Aster's pace. Aster's firmly in the driver's seat at 6-3. His rank is slightly lower, but he's definitely playing like the alpha here. The momentum is shifting heavily now. Aster is starting to separate himself as we head toward the break. He's simply too sharp, building a 5-round advantage as we approach the halfway point. Aster takes a big lead at 8-4. I mean, the underdog is making a very strong case for an upset right now. He is simply outplaying the favorite in almost every duel. Let's see if Mist wakes up. Mist is trailing by 3 as we kick off round 13. The 14 rated player is starting to find some footing here. He's putting on a show of grit, securing another point without taking a single hit. The pressure is really starting to mount for Aster. Aster still maintains a comfortable 3-round cushion. Aster still in full control at 10-6. He's showing why he's a consistently strong opponent in this head-to-head series. Aster closes the door on that rally and keeps the steam rolling. He's definitely maximizing his opportunities today. A quick response here as Mist finds his mark to close the gap slightly. He is definitely fighting for a spot in the top 10 today. Aster quickly recovers his footing to put himself just a single round away from victory. The higher seeds are usually this composed in the final stretch. He just keeps the dream alive with a lightning fast reflex shot to stave off defeat. The momentum is swinging back in a big way. What a way to finish. Aster secures the final kill and claims the victory. He's just continuing a brilliant run of form today, proving he can hold his own against the top seed. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Omnic and Mist facing off, with Mist stepping in as the favorite today. Mist holds a strong historical advantage with a 13-7 record against his opponent. That dominance we've seen play out in their most recent meeting as well. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to break that trend today. Omnic is pulling ahead, taking a surprising 2-1 lead. He's shaking off that recent rough patch with some quick reflexes. The momentum has shifted back. Mist has completely neutralized that early surge from Omnic. Omnic is firmly in control at 3-2. That was lightning fast. And just like that, Mist levels it at 3-all. We are seeing a complete deadlock in this. Mist is really starting to put the pressure on now with those consecutive round wins. He is simply on another level right now, extending that run to 3. It's feeling very similar to that last set they played. Omnic manages to claw back around here, narrowing the gap to just 1. A tough run of form for him lately, coming off 3 straight losses. Omnic has typically struggled here, boasting a 25% win rate on this map. It's clear why the pressure is building for him. He's playing against someone who handles this environment much more comfortably, and the gap in their ratings is starting to show. Mist heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. It's largely what we expected to see from the higher rated player today. He's maintaining a solid grip on the series despite a few gritty rounds from Omnic. Time to swap sides. Omnic is fighting back, trailing only by a single point. Both of these guys have been seeing a lot of action over the last day. What a turnaround. Omnic has completely wiped out that deficit. He's really defied the expectations for this specific matchup. Absolutely effortless. He's simply too fast for anyone right now. Mist reacts faster, bringing things level at 8 apiece. A very tense state of affairs for the higher rated player. Omnic takes the lead, edging ahead 9-8. We're seeing a complete reversal of what happened in their last meeting. Unbelievable. Mist forces a tie at 9-all. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that high volume day. We're really seeing these rounds go back and forth now. It's become a total toss-up. Omnic is putting up a huge fight today. Absolute chaos as Mist locks this at 10-all. The ranking gap really isn't showing up today. Mist has completely seized the lead again, and he is really starting to pull away here. He's certainly putting his high seed to use. Total shutdown there. Mist is just 1 round away from victory. Complete clinical execution on that last exchange. What a finish. Mist shuts the door completely to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find that final breakthrough. He'll be gutted after a battle like that. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off on orange, with Aster entering as the strong favorite. Aster has absolutely dominated the head-to-head record, winning about 77% of their matches. I mean, it's not surprising to see that translated into early success today. Aster is firmly in control of this series. We'll be right back with more action on orange after a very quick timeout. And we are back in the action on orange with Aster leading the series 1-0. Omnic claws back to tie it up at 1-all. A big shift for the underranked player here. Aster holds a narrow lead heading into round 4. He's really capitalizing on that superior ranking today. The momentum is shifting rapidly. We've seen these two trade rounds back and forth for the last 4. He's showing a lot of grit after that tough loss to Mist. Omnic takes a commanding lead as we hit 3-2. A huge turnaround from his recent 5-game slide. He's truly taking over the server now, completing a hat-trick of rounds to secure a 2-round lead. He's really shaking off that rough set of games from earlier. He's completely ignited, claiming another round to reach 4 straight. Finally, Aster answers back to disrupt the run and keep himself in the game. The skill gap is definitely showing despite the current scoreline. He's refusing to go away, putting on a strong display to close the gap. The higher rated player is starting to find his footing again. Omnic is managing a surprisingly strong day with a 25-18 record over the last 24 hours. It's a huge contrast to his usual win rate on the ladder, which normally hovers around 31%. This current lead is a real statement for him. Omnic holds a 7-5 advantage as we head into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on this matchup. It's an unexpected lead given Aster's strong 74% win rate on this specific map. Let's see if the trend holds. Omnic is just relentless, pushing his lead to 8-5. He's certainly making life difficult for the rank 20 player. Aster manages to keep his head in the game, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. That was a frantic exchange, but he manages to claw another one back to keep the pressure on. He's playing with a lot more confidence than he did against Volt. What a response! He wipes the slate clean to bring us back to a dead heat. He's completely shifted the tide, taking total control of the match now. Another incredibly clean sequence as he keeps the streak rolling for a 5th straight time. Total collapse for Omnic as his momentum evaporates, leaving Aster just 2 rounds shy of victory. Another fast kill, and Aster is now just 1 round away from ending this. The gap in their rankings is feeling very real right now. What a spectacular finish. He storms back from the deficit to seal the deal with a total blowout. He really put on a clinic there to close it out. Omnic fought hard, but his map history just didn't work in his favor today. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Mist and Aster facing off today on red line for a great duel. Unbelievable, Aster manages to hold on by a thread after securing that victory from the ramp. Aster has historically won about 56% of their encounters, and we're seeing that familiarity pay off early. He's consistently found a way to put Mist under pressure across their last few clashes. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can flip the script. Deadlocked at 2 apiece. This one is anyone's game. He's definitely showing some of that top 15 class today. He's completely taken over this match, strolling to a third straight victory. Aster had looked so sharp in their previous 13-8 victory over Mist. Aster secures a quick kill from the ramp to bring things level. Both players are showing quite a bit of consistency today. Aster has all the momentum right now, and Mist can't seem to find a way to shut him down. The odds were slightly in his favor for a reason. A total stalemate now with Mist and Aster tied up. The ladder has them close, but Aster is definitely the one to beat today. Mist is really starting to put the pressure on, quickly clearing out Aster from the ramp to take control. He's really starting to pull away, securing another win from the ramp to keep the heat on. It is a surprising turn for the man who entered as the favorite. A complete shutdown as he extends his streak to 4 before we head into the break. The 14 seed is really making his presence felt here. Mist leads 7-5 at the break. It's a fairly standard start for him as the favorite. That late 4-round surge gave him a decent cushion, but this stays very close. Time to see who blinks first. Finds his mark from the ramp, staying aggressive to keep this comeback alive. He's finally starting to close that gap as the favorite. Mist has been putting in a huge amount of work today with a 29-18 record. That high volume of play seems to be paying off with how well he's handling the pressure in this specific set. He's effectively neutralizing the usual advantages Aster brings to the table. Another quick reaction from Aster, refusing to let the gap widen further. Aster denies the ramp shot and manages to climb right back into this series. He's firmly back in the driver's seat. A flawless shot to wrap up another round, and we're back to a dead heat. Mist manages to snap that momentum, reclaiming a 1-round advantage. Aster shows a lot of heart, dragging himself back to a dead even score by picking him off the ramp. Neither player is giving an inch in this clash. Aster wins the clash from the ramp, showing great grit to take a commanding 11-10 lead. His recent form against the top tier has been really impressive. Another huge round for Aster, putting him just a single point away from victory. Absolutely ruthless timing as he takes a huge lead. What a finish. He digs deep to close out the series and secures the victory. He really dug in and fought through the late pressure to secure this one. Just a massive effort from both players. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Omnic and Mist are ready to face off on fast aim for this match. Mist holds a commanding 67% lead in their head-to-head history. That historical edge seems to be playing a role today, especially since they just took another close series from Omnic earlier. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually break this cycle. Omnic reacts quickly and catches Mist right there on the ramp to keep this close. A desperate effort from the lower ranked player to stay in this. Mist is just dominating with a huge 3-1 lead. The gap in their ladder rankings is showing early on. Mist is just one step ahead at 3-2. He's showing a lot more confidence after those tough losses earlier. The momentum has completely shifted. Omnic is putting a lot of pressure on Mist right now. It's a complete toss-up now, regardless of the ratings. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange with a tiny sliver of health. He's really showing why he sits higher on the ladder. Omnic keeps the deadlock alive, claiming this round right from the ramp. He's fighting back from some heavy losses earlier today. That's a surprisingly shaky start for the higher rated player. Unbelievable. He manages to scrape through that brutal firefight with practically nothing left to his name. That's a lot of nerve to show when you're currently sitting as the favorite. Omnic barely holds the lead, pushing it to 6-5. He's fighting through a tough stretch after those 3 losses today. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a shock result given that Mist usually wins 67% of their encounters. We are definitely looking at a potential upset here. Let's see if Mist can wake up. Omnic just shuts that down instantly, picking Mist right off the ramp. A massive swing of form for the 31st ranked player. Omnic secures another one from the ramp and is really starting to separate himself from the pack here. Mist answers back right from the ramp to stop the slide. He really needed to secure this one to keep things competitive. Mist puts on a show from the ramp, continuing this surge to cut the gap to 2. Omnic has a 23-19 record over the last day, and those high numbers show he's been grinding hard. It's definitely paying off in this series since he's managed to outpace the favorite by 3 rounds. Now we just have to see if he can maintain that pace till the end. Another quick burst from the leader, and he's now just a single round away from victory. A quick reaction from Mist to keep this contest going. It's good to see the favorite player finally regaining some ground. Game over. Omnic secures the victory with that final burst. He really shook off those previous losses to get a huge win here. A complete shift in the rivalry. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Omnic and Aster stepping up for this match. Though Aster enters as the clear favorite, Aster has traditionally looked invincible here, winning 77% of their head-to-head meetings. But Omnic is coming off a fresh victory against Mist and clearly feeling confident. We'll see if he can turn that energy into a genuine upset. Omnic is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. He's really making a name for himself today with that activity level. Back and forth we go. It's a deadlock here, as neither player can sustain a lead. It's a tight fight for someone who's sitting in the bottom half of the ladder. Omnic keeps the pressure on with a 3-2 edge. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that 13-8 victory over Mist. Aster has finally clawed back to tie it up. The number 19 seed is starting to exert some control here. Aster is really starting to build some momentum here, putting a couple of strong rounds together. He's just completely taking over right now, picking up a third straight win. He's just completely running the show now, taking a fourth straight victory. The onslaught is relentless as he secures another huge round. His higher standing on the ladder is clearly giving him a massive edge. The streak just keeps climbing as he holds all the power heading into the switch. A huge contrast to that victory he had over Mist earlier. We head into the break with Aster leading 8-4. Everything is playing out as we predicted. Aster simply looked too strong, putting together a 6-round run to firmly grab the advantage. Omnic needs a huge wake-up call. Omnic has been incredibly active today with a 24-19 record. You know, it's a high volume of play that seems to be paying off as he fights back into this match. He is definitely proving he can hold his own despite the ranking gap. Aster is just cruising now with a 5-round cushion. The higher seed is quickly finding his range here. He's back in control, ending a quick fight without taking a single point of damage. Simply untouchable right now. He's just one step away from closing this out. And that's it. Aster secures a flawless final sequence to wrap up the series. He just didn't let up, and that early advantage really sealed the deal for him today. Welcome everyone! We have Mist and Aster ready for a duel on Mappas where Aster enters the lobby as the favorite. Aster holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head rivalry with 29 total wins. It makes sense that he's continuing that trend today after beating Mist just moments ago. This is definitely the match to see if that dominance can be maintained. He's completely in control, taking a third straight victory without letting his opponent even touch him. Finally, an answer from Mist, who looks completely unbothered after that fast trade. Tight a set for the underdog to claw back into this. Another clean kill for the underdog, showing some serious grit to keep this gap tight. The gap is narrowing fast for the underdog. Aster still holds a 2-round cushion here. He's coming into this match on a serious roll with 7 straight wins. What a scrap! He survives with a sliver of health to keep the pressure high on the favorite. He's really fighting to prove the pre-match labels wrong. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. He's totally shifted the tide now, seizing the lead with another impressive win. He's simply on fire right now, putting together a 4-round burst to take control of this duel. Aster secures a clean look from the ramp to hold that momentum. That's definitely the kind of poise he's shown throughout the day. We are deadlocked at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly how we expected things to start. It's a toss-up right now, but Aster still looks very sharp with his 7-game winning streak today. Let's see who blinks first. He's showing incredible resolve here, quickly taking the lead as the comeback continues. It's becoming a real battle of wills now. He simply refused to slow down, taking another clean one to widen the gap. The favorite is suddenly staring down a very steep hill. He's just untouchable right now, utilizing the ramp to secure another effortless victory. What a heart-stopping exchange. He barely walks away with his life, but that's a huge momentum shift for Aster. What a scramble! He really fought for that one. The resurgence is real as he shuts down the momentum with another strong victory. The momentum is swinging back toward the favorite. Mist is showing some real tenacity here, snapping back into control with a lightning fast shot. Another huge win for Mist, who is really refusing to let Aster regain any ground. The underdog is completely owning this space right now. He is absolutely crushing it right now, and he is now just a single round away from victory. Absolute perfection for the finish. He storms back to secure the victory. He's completely shaken off that previous loss to Aster, proving he can still trade blows with the top seeds. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Omnic taking on Mist on orange, where the favorite looks to secure a strong win. Mist has won 64% of their head-to-head encounters. It makes sense that he's starting the slower pace here, given his experience against Omnic. We just need to see if the higher-rated player can adjust his approach before the gap widens. Mist holds a narrow edge as we head into round 3. Absolutely crushing it. The higher-rated player
He's on a roll now, taking a third straight round without breaking a sweat.
He is simply too fast, picking up a 4th straight round with an effortless headshot. He's just completely taking over, extending the lead to 5 rounds. Omnic finally answers back, snapping that round with a clean shot. He's not backing down, securing another quick round to chip away at that lead. He's on fire, completely shutting down Mist for another round to close the gap. What a recovery, he's managed to pull this completely level. Unbelievable, he's now claimed 5 straight, officially taking the lead in this contest. A gritty exchange ends with Mist coming out on top to keep the series level. A strong 30-20 showing across the board today for him. It's a 7-6 lead for Mist as we hit the break. I mean, it's been a real battle with both players trading huge streaks. The favorite is holding the advantage, but Omnic is definitely making him work for every single point. He's really refusing to let the game slip away, pulling the series level with a lightning fast flick. Both players are completely locked in for the stretch. My word, what a brawl. He scrapes through that one by a thread. He just barely held on to that. Mist is really hitting his stride now, leaning into a dominant 48% win rate on this map. While it's starting to feel like his overall consistency is just too much for the underdog to handle right now, we'll see if Omnic can find a way to break this streak. He's simply too precise, moving a step closer to the win with a 4th straight round. Mist is effectively playing to his seeding here. Omnic manages to halt that momentum with a sharp burst to the head. A complete shutdown of the exchange, and now Mist is just 1 round away from victory. That's why you trust the higher rank in a tight spot. Omnic refuses to let it end quickly, delivering a perfect burst to force the match further. Game over. Mist seals the deal with a perfect shot to close it out. These last few rounds have been a total toss-up, with both players trading kills rapidly. That's a tough spot to be in for the favorite. He's just not letting up, taking another round to stay in this fight. Just a sheer display of nerves from the underdog right now. He is absolutely unrelenting right now, taking control of the pace with another win. Incredible, that was a total slugfest, and he just barely makes it through the chaos. Seriously, he's walking a tightrope today with those health totals. What a gutsy display. He stays composed to push this a step further. Another perfect burst, and the series is deadlocked again. Absolute chaos from both players as we move into the tiebreak. A fierce exchange of fire. but he comes out on top to seize match point. A clutch response when the pressure was at its peak. Absolute insanity. Mist survives with practically nothing left to secure the victory. What a fight! Omnic claws back another round to put himself just 1 point away from the win. Hard to believe the underdog has forced it this deep. Total deadlock at 16 all. Who wants it more? Mist narrowly regains the lead, putting him up 17-16. The experience gap is really starting to show now. And just like that, Omnic forces a stunning 17-17 stalemate. This match is officially a total toss-up now. Mist keeps the upper hand, leading by a single point. A really grueling back and forth struggle from both players. Total parity at 18 apiece. This is a nail biter. Absolute deadlock as we head into the next one. Omnic surges ahead to claim a thin 19-18 advantage. He truly earned that one today. I can't believe he actually managed to pull off the upset against a player like that. What a performance. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have a great matchup today between Omnic and the heavily favored Aster. Aster has a commanding lead in the head-to-head history, winning 77% of their meetings. He's already looking dangerous in this series after sweeping their most recent encounter. Let's see if Omnic can find a way to close that gap early. He's just too fast right now, moving into a 3-round blitz. His rank 19 status is really proving to be a factor. He's completely taking over the server now, walking away with a perfect 4th round. Omnic finally answers back with a sharp reaction shot. Aster is just relentlessly piling on the rounds. Omnic's lower rating is certainly showing in these exchanges. Omnic's recent form is quite shaky, with only a 30% success rate in his last 10 matches. Well, it's becoming an uphill battle for him against a high-caliber opponent who's just putting on a show right now. He really needs a spark to avoid a total blowout. He's just too clean, keeping the momentum rolling for another round. Absolute control from Aster, who just puts another one in the win column. He's just in total control, extending his run to 6 straight before the break. Aster heads into the break with a huge 11-1 lead. Well, he's played exactly like the heavy favorite we expected. He just seems to have this map figured out, and Omnic is struggling to keep up. Time for Omnic to wake up. That was lightning quick. Omnic is showing some real grit by refusing to go down quietly. He's definitely feeling the pressure now after a solid 23-19 day. Omnic is putting up a legitimate fight here, refusing to let this be a total landslide. That was a lightning fast exchange, and now he's just a single round away from victory. What a hard stop and finish. Aster survives by a mere threat to close out the series. He was just way too sharp today, firmly establishing himself as the top dog in this rivalry. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Mist and Aster are facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a 29-23 overall lead in their head-to-head history. Well, that historical edge is which really gives him the confidence in this opening exchange. It will be interesting to see if he can keep the momentum going to push that gap even further. Mist is really starting to find his rhythm now. Hard to believe the odds went against him going in. Both players are staying incredibly sharp. These first few exchanges have been almost perfectly split. We're seeing that higher overall win rate play out right now. Mist has a narrow lead, holding a 3-2 advantage. He's showing a lot of resilience after that close call against Omnic. And just like that, Aster pulls them level. It's a very even battle for the two top 20 contenders. Aster is starting to separate himself here, picking up some quick wins to take control of the pace. Deadlock. We are back to a tie at 4 apiece. Aster edges ahead, claiming a tight 5-4 lead. Completely unexpected to see a knife finish in a match like this. Aster is absolutely blazing through today with an 8-3 record over the last day. It's clear he's bringing that extreme heat into this set. He's firmly in the driver's seat right now. He's simply untouchable right now, putting a huge dent in Mist's hopes before the break. He's just completely outclassing him right now. Aster takes an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on the expectations here. That strong 4-round run has placed him in a prime position to pull off a big win. Let's see how Mist responds. Aster is dominating, extending his lead to 9-4. A very clean performance from the higher seed so far. Aster's just relentless, pushing his lead to a commanding 10-4. He's just too fast right now, picking up another easy point to push his lead to 11. He's certainly making a strong case for that favorite status today. Another quick result for Aster, who is now just 1 point shy of victory. Just a total shutdown from the top seed today. What a finale. He shuts the door on this match with one final burst of precision. He's really cementing himself as the king of Italy. Mist just didn't have the answers today. Welcome everyone. We've got Omnic and Mist facing off on red line, with the favorite looking to hold their ground today. A fast start for Mist, winning that high ground battle on the ramp to take a quick early lead. Mist holds a significant historical advantage here, winning 61% of their head-to-head clashes, but the tide shifted in their most recent meeting when Omnic managed to pull off a narrow victory. It will be interesting to see if that confidence carries forward. Mist manages to weather that initial pressure, picking Omnic off the ramp to tie things back up. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat right now. The lower rated player is really playing his heart out right now. Mist was too quick for him there, shutting that down immediately as Omnic tried to play the ramp. Mist keeps the edge with a narrow 4-3 lead. He's definitely playing like the higher rated seed right now. Unreal. That was an absolute brawl, but Omnic manages to survive with just a sliver of health to even the score. Omnic is on a roll, putting a stop to the higher seed's momentum with a quick read on that ramp shot. The underdog is really finding his timing today. What a fight. That was an absolute war of attrition, but Omnic barely survives the chaos to take a command lead. What a scramble. He barely walks away from that exchange, moving into the final round of the half with plenty of momentum. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Everything is pointing to a massive upset right now. The lower ranked player is simply refusing to back down against the favorite on this map. Time to see if Mist a completely clean exchange to start the second half as he refuses to let the lead slide. He needs to find some stability quickly to close this out. Omnic really wants this, shutting the door on that comeback attempt from the ramp. Omnic is just punishing everything. Mist tries right now, and that ramp spot was an easy pick. He's simply too strong right now, extending that lead to 10. He's absolutely cruising now, taking another one without letting a single bullet land. He's just completely unstoppable. That's another effortless one to put him on the verge of victory. Game over. Omnic shuts it down completely to secure a decisive victory. He just completely outclassed the higher seed today. A huge statement win for a player who's usually struggling on this map. Welcome everyone to the match on map, as we've got Omnic taking on the heavy favorite Aster in this duel. Aster enters this game with a historic edge, winning about 78% of their head-to-head meetings. It's an intimidating gap that makes the current scoreline look like a formality. The big question is if Omnic can find a way to break that trend today. Absolutely zero damage taken as Aster keeps the pressure on with another clean victory. He's simply too fast for Omnic right now, claiming another round for himself. The momentum has completely shifted as Aster storms into a 5-round lead. The difference in ladder placement is becoming quite evident. Aster is simply putting on a clinic, taking a 6th straight round with an effortless kill. Aster is really making the most of his ranking advantage right now. Wow, he almost let it slip, but he manages to clutch out that final shot while barely clinging to life. Omnic finally answers back, snapping that long run with a quick flick of his own. Omnic has a win rate of just 31% over his entire career. So yeah, he's usually the heavy underdog in these types of situations. This little streak is a huge confidence boost, given how usually one-sided these matches are. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually push a full comeback. He's simply refusing to let up, marking off another victory to keep this momentum rolling. We head into the break with Aster leading 8-4. I mean, this is exactly how we expected things to go. He has consistently outplayed Omnic throughout these 12 rounds to keep himself firmly in the driver's seat. Switching sides, let's get back into it. Omnic claws back a point, narrowing it to 5-8. He's fighting hard to erase the memory of that recent blowout loss. He's showing some real grit, taking another round with a completely untouched health bar. He's definitely defying those pre-match expectations right now. He manages to clear Aster right off the ramp as the tide continues to turn. This is a complete reversal of the early game flow. Aster shuts down that comeback attempt with a sharp response. He looks far more comfortable than in his earlier encounter today. He's proving to be a tough opponent, securing another quick win to keep the pressure on. Incredible drive from the underdog to bring this set all the way back to a dead heat. He just keeps coming, taking out his opponent right off the ramp to move into the lead. The favorites are looking shaky after that sudden collapse. Aster responds immediately to level the playing field. This is where that rating difference usually starts to tell. Aster has completely regained his footing, putting a huge dent in Omnic's hopes for an upset. It's just another example of his long-term dominance over this matchup. What a sight. He just keeps pushing forward to bring this series completely level. Now we're looking at a dead heat going into the final stretch. Unbelievable heart from the underdog, securing another point and moving within striking distance of the finish. And we're headed for overtime as Aster forces the tie at 12-12. Both players have looked incredibly sharp throughout their day. Aster is proving too tricky to handle, securing another rapid-fire round from that ramp position. Just a glimpse of the dominance we saw in their last encounter. He's completely in control now, claiming a 3rd consecutive point in this high-stakes tiebreaker. What a response! He stops that momentum call to keep himself right in this fight. What a clean shutdown to bring the score right back to a single point. Aster secures the advantage from the ramp, putting him just 1 point away from closing this out. He's finally leaning back into his expected form. Game over. Aster closes it out with a stunning finish to secure the win. He really had to sweat it out in those final rounds, but the experience eventually took over. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit in overtime. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We've got Aster and Omnic stepping up for this match, with the favorite looking strong today. Aster has absolutely owned this matchup with 143 wins against Omnic. That's a massive head-to-head lead that usually puts a lot of pressure on the opponent. I wonder if Omnic can find a way to break that trend today. He's simply too fast, taking a complete shutout lead. Omnic answers back with a quick reaction, picking his opponent off the ramp. Aster keeps the momentum rolling with a dominant 4-1 lead. He's proving himself a tough out today despite that rating gap. He's refusing to back down, securing another clean win to narrow the gap. The underdog is certainly showing he belongs in this series. Absolute precision from Omnic, who is starting to claw his way back into this. Aster has been on a tear today with a 10-3 record over the last day. It's that kind of form that really separates him from the rest of the field. He's simply playing with too much confidence right now. Aster is just too sharp today, taking full control of the tempo from the ramp. The gap between these two on the ladder is starting to look very real. Aster shuts down that rally from the ramp, claiming his third straight victory. The lower rated side is really struggling to hold the lead here. Another easy win from the ramp, putting the favorite in complete control. Omnic is having a tough day with 23 games already played. Aster takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. And honestly, this is exactly what we expected. He just looks too sharp right now. And that 5-round run really broke the momentum for Omnic. Aster is just relentless, stretching it to a 10-3 lead. He's just outclassing his opponent right now. Omnic pulls this one off, catching the favorites right as he tried to hold that ramp position. He has a lot of ground to cover from this position. Aster isn't letting any room for error, catching Omnic right as he pushed from the ramp. The rating difference is clearly on display. We've got to hit a quick pause, but we'll be right back to the action shortly. And we are back on the server with Aster leading Omnic 11-4. He just outdueled the opposition on that ramp, putting himself 1 round away from victory. A high-tier matchup that really played out as expected. He keeps the dream alive with a crisp headshot, barely breaking a sweat. A quick reflex play to put up a lightning fast reaction here to keep the fight going. That's a pair of very clean rounds for the trailing player. What a way to close it out. Aster takes the final round to seal the series. He just keeps extending that head-to-head lead, proving once again that he's got the number on Omnic. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Omnic are facing off on orange, with the favorite looking to dominate today. Ast an incredible 78% success rate against Omnic over a massive sample size. It's clear that this particular matchup has been a nightmare for Omnic. I'll be watching to see if he can actually find a way to disrupt that cycle tonight. Omnic is surging ahead, taking a commanding 2-1 lead. It's a sharp turn of events after those recent losses for Omnic. Unbelievable. Both players were nearly out of health, but he barely scrapes through to keep the streak alive. What a fight. Omnic just barely manages to pull ahead in that slugfest. He's completely defying the rankings right now. He's just completely taken over the map, securing his 5th straight win. His ranking is far lower, but he is owning this set. Aster finally answers back with a clean shot, putting a halt to that run. He's really showing why he's the higher rated player here. Omnic is showing a lot of resilience today, considering he has an all-time win rate of only 31%. It's really surprising to see him maintain this level of composure against a player who usually shuts him down. He's fighting for his life out there. He's truly finding a way to claw back into this map. That was an incredibly fast exchange to close out the round. He is completely unstoppable right now, putting a huge dent in that earlier deficit. The pressure is mounting for the man in the lead. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. You know, it's a dead heat right now, despite Aster's 75% win rate on this map. Both players have looked strong, and it's going to be a battle of nerves from here on out. Let's see who blinks first. Aster is simply refusing to go away, claiming another victory to push his lead back to 7. He's proving a bit too much for his opponent to handle right now. What a frantic exchange! Omnic survives by a literal hair to tie this series up. He's continuing this climb, taking a comfortable lead as he absorbs the pressure. He's really fighting to maintain that upper hand. Aster just erased that momentum shift instantly, continuing his surge back into the lead. The pace of these exchanges is getting incredibly fast. Aster edges ahead, moving to a narrow 9-8 lead. He's proving the odds wrong for the 3rd time today. He's completely in control of the match now, extending that gap to 2. His high ranking is starting to feel like a real factor. Absolute madness, he nearly fell, but somehow dug deep to win that bloodbath with a tiny sliver of health. Absolutely heart-pounding. Aster clawed back through that mess to move within one of the finish line. The skill gap is becoming painfully apparent right now. What a performance! He seals the victory and completes an incredible turnaround to take the series. He just couldn't find a way to close the door. Despite that massive run in the first half, he really gave it everything tonight, hard fought. Welcome to Italy for this match between Aster and Omnic. Aster enters as the clear favorite today. Aster has completely dominated this rivalry, winning nearly 80% of their historical encounters. And you can see that confidence in how cleanly he's playing these opening rounds. He's just firmly in control right now. Omnic is hanging tough, trailing only by a single round. He's already fought through 21 matches today. Omnic just had a great moment, but Aster is quickly asserting himself again. Aster still leading 3-2, but the tension is rising. He's fighting an uphill battle against the number 14 seed. Aster extends his lead to 4-2 after that exchange. The gap in their ladders is certainly starting to show. Omnic is refusing to go away, keeping this set tight and trading blows with the favorite. He's certainly put in a lot of work today with 21 games already. We've got a dead heat at 4 apiece. He's fighting against some incredibly steep odds tonight. Aster pulls ahead by 1, regaining a slim advantage. That's his 4th consecutive victory over the 31st player. Things are getting incredibly fast now. These two are basically trading kills in the blink of an eye. Unbelievable. Omnic has actually clawed back to a 6-5 lead. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing way above his level right now. It's a shocking start for the favorite, who usually owns this matchup. Fresh start, let's go. Omnic is putting up a massive fight despite an all-time win rate of only 31%. Well, he's clearly fighting with an edge today and seems to have completely flipped the script on this rivalry. Aster needs to find a way to break this momentum before the gap becomes insurmountable. Omnic is surging ahead with a strong 9-6 grip. The favorite seed is starting to find his footing. Aster is refusing to buckle, taking a 2nd straight round with a completely untouched health bar. He's on fire now, racking up a 3rd straight round to close the gap. What a turnaround. He has completely leveled the match with that 4th straight victory. What a scrap. He barely walks away from that exchange with a sliver of health left. Absolutely breathless finish. Just an inch of health left there. Omnic is putting a real stranglehold on this game. 2 rounds in a row and he's firmly back in the driver's seat. He is simply refusing to let this game slip away. That was a clean response to get the game back within reach. Manages to survive that chaotic exchange and brings everything level at 11-11. Huge surge from Aster. Taking another round to put himself just 1 step away from victory. Omnic is completely rattled by that shift in momentum. What a finish. Aster closes out the match with an incredible surge to take the win. Omnic just about managed to pull off the impossible for a while there, but he simply ran out of steam at the end. What a fight. Welcome back to Berserk League duels. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off on Dunes, with the favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Aster typically dominates this pairing with a 78% head-to-head win rate. The mismatch is staggering when you consider the gap in their ladder ratings. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually maintain his composure today. Omnic is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. His recent matches against Aster have been a struggle. Neither player is letting the other hold the lead for very long. We've got a real deadlock on our hands. Omnic is putting the pressure on with a 3-2 lead. The number 31 spot is fighting back hard today. Unreal. He nearly ran out of health there, but barely claws his way back to a deadlock. Omnic regains the edge, sitting 1 up now. He's really putting that 21 day to good use. Everything squared up at 4-all, an absolute nail biter. He's been in top form today with that 13-3 record. Aster is really starting to pull away here, putting a grip on the momentum as he takes a lead. We are back to a dead heat with both at 5. The underdog is really refusing to go away today. Aster claims the advantage, moving ahead 6-5. The top half talent is starting to... We're all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, this is an impressive showing by Omnic. He's holding his own despite the massive gap in their career win rates. Fresh start for both of them. Omnic He's showing a lot of grit considering his recent struggles. Aster strikes back to level things up at 7 apiece. He's showing some serious consistency throughout these games. He's really shaking things up with this lead. We're seeing a totally different story than their usual encounters. Omnic is really defying the a priori odds by taking a lead in this match. Well, it's a stark contrast to the long-term history where Aster has won nearly 80% of their encounters. He's playing like a man with nothing to lose right now. Omnic is firmly in control with a 10-8 cushion. That was an incredibly snappy try. What a scramble! Both players poured it on, but he just barely came out on top. Absolute chaos on the map, and Omnic just barely survives the fire to put himself on match point. Aster just can't find an answer for this momentum shift. What a phenomenal finish. He shuts the door on the match with total ease. Just an absolute shocker here. After everything the stats predicted, the underdog finally broke through and earned a huge victory. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off on red line, where the favorite looks to dominate. Aster owns the long-term rivalry with a 78% win rate over his opponent. Well, the dynamic has shifted recently, and Omnic is clearly coming into this with a lot of confidence. I wonder if this favorite can shake off the early pressure. Omnic is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. That's a solid response from the higher-rated player here. The pace is just lightning fast right now. We're seeing these rounds decided in under 2 seconds. Omnic is just running away with it at 4-1. It's quite a contrast to his usual luck against the 14 player. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely taken over this set. Omnic is definitely making the most of his 22 wins today. A quick adjustment from Aster to put a stop to that run. He's certainly looking to get back to those standards we saw in their last 2 sets. He's showing a lot of heart right now, securing another round in a row. He's completely flipped the script, surging back with 3 straight winners. He's playing with an incredible amount of urgency now. Omnic manages to shut down that rally and reclaim a 2-round cushion. Aster is refusing to buckle, cutting the deficit to just 1 before the sides change. A huge momentum swing just before the mid-game break. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a surprising spot for the underdog to be in given their history. Let's see if Aster can use the side switch to reclaim control. Time for a fresh start. What a way to start this half, staying composed to keep the pressure on. An absolute shocker to see that knife finish mid-set. He's just unbelievable right now, peering down from the ramp to even things up at 7-7. He's definitely shaking off those earlier nerves. Simply flawless execution as he takes the lead, continuing this incredible run of form. He is simply on another level right now, securing a 4th straight victory. He's simply too strong right now, controlling the fight from the ramp to push his lead to 10. He's absolutely on fire, securing another win from the ramp to keep this streak alive. He's completely unstoppable now, putting himself in position to close the series. He is truly asserting his dominance as the higher seed. Omnic manages to halt that momentum for a moment, staying sharp to prevent the immediate end. He needs a nearly perfect run to pull this off. Tighter exchange from the ramp, but Omnic keeps the dream alive for now. A real grit performance from the underdog to keep this going. Unbelievable. Aster completes the comeback with an absolute clinic to seal the victory. He really knew how to close that out after the initial struggle. He's just continuing to be a nightmare matchup for Omnic. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a match between Aster and Omnic. Let's see if the favorite can hold their lead. Aster holds a massive historic lead, winning 78% of their encounters. Omnic has struggled against this particular opponent for a long time. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually flip the script today. Absolute control from Aster, who just swept through the opening 3 rounds. He really seems to have a mental grip on this pairing. What a frantic exchange. Both players were nearly depleted, but Omnic showed great grit to secure his first point. A much-needed spark for the underdog here. Expectations are being met as he settles back into this lead. A lightning-fast reaction from Omnic, continuing this surge to close the gap. A precise piece of play to get back into this. Aster's form lately has been stellar, pushing an 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. That level of consistency is exactly why he looks so composed under pressure. It remains to be seen if Omnic can find a way to break this momentum. Aster is firmly in charge with a 6-3 cushion. The skill gap is really starting to show as we move deeper into this. The speed of these encounters is picking up, and Aster is clearly the one benefiting from the faster pace. Complete shutdown of the opposition, leaving Omnic reeling as he pulls ahead just before the mid-game switch. We go into the break at 8-4. Well, this is exactly what we anticipated coming into the match. Aster has played the role of the favorite throughout this first half and is looking very comfortable. Time for a fresh start. Aster's cruising along with a dominant 9-4 lead. Tough spot for a guy currently sitting at 31st on the ladder. Aster hits double digits, putting a stranglehold on the game. He's putting on a clinic, mirroring his performance from earlier today. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that carnage, extending his lead to 11-4. He's certainly taking advantage of that rating difference. He is just relentless right now, putting himself in a perfect position to end this series. A tough break for the lower ranked fighter right now. Game over. Aster slams the door shut to take a convincing victory. Just an absolute nightmare for Omnic, who honestly never looked like he had the answers for that kind of speed. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Omnic facing off on orange with the heavy favorite looking to dominate. Aster has an incredibly strong 78% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he usually handles this matchup with ease. We have to wonder if Omnic's early lead is just a fluke or the start of a real upset. We're all squared up now. Aster and Omnic are deadlocked. He's certainly leaning on that high win rate he's built here. Aster pulls ahead and now holds a slim lead. Omnic is really fighting an uphill battle right now. Good heavens, what a scrap. He barely makes it out alive to even the score. He's playing the role of the spoiler perfectly today. Omnic strikes back to take a 3-2 grip. He's definitely shaking off that poor recent form. Absolute perfection from the man in the lead, completely shutting down that comeback attempt. He is simply on another level right now, putting the pressure on with 4 straight wins. He remains stubborn in this contest, securing a clean kill to chip away at the deficit. Unreal. Both players traded heavy damage, but he barely edges it out in a frantic exchange. What a fight! He practically dances through the fire to take this one and keeps his hopes alive. Both players are refusing to let this match slip away easily. He is showing some real grit, taking a second straight round to close the gap before the break. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. Aster is staying competitive here, which aligns with the pre-match read. He should be able to find his edge in the second half. New sides, fresh start. Omnic edges ahead by a single point now. His performance has been quite a roller coaster over the last few matches. What a scramble. He refuses to back down and manages to scrape through a chaotic fight to tie this series up. He's just not letting the game slip away. Omnic puts his nose ahead again at 8-7. The lower ranked player is really making Aster sweat today. Incredible. He clawed his way back from the brink of defeat to tie things up at 8-8. Both of these guys are just refusing to backle. He's staying remarkably poised, shutting down that momentum shift to take control of the series. Absolute mayhem in that exchange. Omnic survives by the skin of his teeth to bring us back to a dead heat. He's refusing to quit, digging in and claiming another round to push his lead. Just a clean, clinical burst to regain that lead. Aster keeps the pressure mounting, refusing to let his opponent regain any ground. Pure dominance to put himself in position to end this right now. The expected gap in skill is really starting to show. Boom! Aster closes the door with an effortless finish to seal the victory. He's certainly looking comfortable with the way he's finishing this series off today, managing to maintain that dominance once and for all. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Aster starts things off strong, using the ramp to get that first opening pick. The gap in the ladder seems to be showing early. Aster holds a staggering lead with 149 wins in their head-to-head history. Looking at that total dominance, it's clear Omnic is fighting an uphill battle today. He'll need to find a way to break this cycle before it gets completely out of hand. He puts on a clinic from the ramp, extending the lead to 4-0. He's certainly continuing the trend from their previous 3 maps today. Omnic finally gets a round on the board, picking him off the ramp. Omnic handles the business from the ramp, continuing this impressive push back into the game. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. What a scrap. He barely survives with a sliver of health to keep this charge going. Absolute chaos in those final moments. Aster quickly regains control from the ramp, bringing the count to 5-3. Aster has been putting up a stellar 16-4 record over the last day. It's that high level of confidence that's allowing him to effortlessly reclaim his lead. He's simply too sharp for Omnic right now. Omnic refuses to fade away, picking his opponent right off the ramp. He's showing a lot of grit despite the early deficit. Both players went for the heights here, but Aster's timing was just a bit quicker. Omnic has had a rough run through the league today. Aster holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. Well, everything is playing out as we expected. Omnic managed a small run of rounds, but he just isn't keeping pace with the higher rated player right now. New sides, let's see a spark. Aster pushes his lead to 8-5 with that play. Omnic is really fighting for his life today with a 19-22 record. He takes control from the ramp, continuing this determined push to close the gap. He's truly refusing to let this game slip away. He's completely untouched in that exchange, keeping the momentum firmly on his side. The tide is turning fast in this. Aster manages to secure the kill and knock him off the ramp. A critical reset here for the higher seeded player. Aster extends his cushion to 10-7 with a clinical finish. Aster shuts things down by catching him on the ramp, taking another round. A really difficult day at the office for the 31st seed. Omnic answers back, staying alive to keep his hopes alive. The lower ranked player is making things interesting here. He's found his second win, putting together another win to pull within 2. The pressure is mounting as the gap narrows to just 2 rounds. He claims another one from the ramp, and the momentum is swinging heavily in his favor. A complete shutdown of the momentum. Aster puts himself 1 step away from victory. The higher seed is showing exactly why he entered as the favorite. Omnic digs deep to keep the dream alive, refusing to let the game end just yet. The resilience from the lower seed is truly something to see. Unbelievable finish. Aster secures the final kill to seal the victory. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't find that final breakthrough. He's gonna be gutted after a fight like that. What a match. Welcome to the league. Aster and Omnic are facing off on Italy today to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Aster owns a massive historical lead with a 78% win rate against Omnic. It's not surprising that he's completely owning the early exchanges here. We just have to see if Omnic can actually find an answer for that pressure. That was a complete shutdown, and Omnic is starting to show some real grit. Omnic keeps the momentum going with another effortless shot, narrowing the gap further. Aster has entered the day with a strong 17-4 record. So yeah, he's definitely playing with a level of confidence that his opponent is missing right now. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to shake that trend. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange to keep this rally going. He's fighting for every single bit of health to stay in this. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. It's a tough day for the 31st ranked player here. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, the gap in skill we expected to see is showing up. Even if Omnic is keeping it respectable, Aster is just playing slightly cleaner shots overall. Time to swap sides. That was a rapid exchange, and he's continuing to show some serious resilience. The gap between these two is starting to shrink fast. A complete shutdown to level the series, and he's looking stronger with every single exchange. Total shift in the power dynamic we expected coming into this. Aster barely holds his lead, clinging to an 8-7 advantage. It's been a tough slate of matches for the underdog today. What a fight! He digs deep to secure a critical round and finally brings this series back to a dead-even split. Aster manages to pull ahead by 1 again. The overall experience heavily favors the guy in the lead. And the comeback is complete, bringing this whole match back to a dead heat. It's a total toss-up now, regardless of the rank difference. Omnic is simply refusing to go away, taking this one down in a flash to secure a narrow lead. Absolutely flawless. That's a 3rd straight win for the challenger. The pressure is shifting entirely onto the favorite now. A swift response from Aster to stop that slide. That is a tough pill to swallow after a near complete reversal. Another lightning fast encounter, and Omnic is now just a single win away from the victory. Incredible. Omnic stormed back from the deficit to secure the series victory. Against all the odds, the underdog finally broke through and took this one. A huge result for Omnic to snap that losing streak today. What a performance! Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a great duel between Aster and Omnic. Aster is the favorite here. Aster really holds a commanding lead with 78% in their head-to-head meetings. It's a massive historical advantage, though Omnic managed to take the most recent encounter. We'll see if that result gives the underdog enough confidence to close this gap. Aster's just one step ahead as we enter round 4. The number 14 seed is certainly playing like the superior player. The pace of these exchanges is getting quicker. Aster is just too fast for Omnic right now. Omnic is fighting back, trailing by just a single round. Coming off an incredibly long day with 22 games played. Aster is pulling away with a 2-round cushion. The experience gap is showing up in the trade battles. Omnic is refusing to let this slip away, keeping the pressure high after that last trade. He's certainly stepping up despite the gap on the ladder. Aster has looked incredible today with a 17-5 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, that kind of momentum is making a huge difference in his confidence. It puts Omnic in a tough position as he tries to weather this storm. Wow, he barely clings to life there, but manages to scrap out another win. He's really asserting himself as the top seed here. He's just completely untouchable right now, securing his 4th straight victory. A tough slide for Omnic after a heavy day of play. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we thought the match would start. He's really capitalizing on his comfort level here at the arena. Time for a fresh start. Omnic claws one back to make it 8-5. A real battle of wills for the 31st ranked player. Aster extends his lead to 9-5. The skill gap is on full display in the middle of this set. Omnic just can't find a way to keep the momentum shifting in his favor today. A heavy workload today since he's already fought 22 matches. Aster is running wild. Now leading 10-6. The consistency of that 31st ranking is really starting to show. Omnic gets a crucial point, now trailing 10-7. Pure desperation for the leader to get a hold of this. Aster shuts down that mini comeback attempt right when it was starting to look dangerous. His high rating is finally starting to translate into a lead. He's effectively closed the door on any momentum shift, putting himself just 1 point away from the victory. Omnic puts up a strong stand with a lightning fast reaction to keep himself in the game. Omnic finds his mark again, completely shutting down that momentum Aster was building. Serious resistance we're seeing from the underdog right now. And there it is. Aster closes out the series with a fierce final duel. He just looked far too comfortable in those spots. He's definitely owning this map today. Welcome everyone, we're on orange for a duel between Aster and Omnic, where the heavy favorite looks to dominate. Aster typically dominates the head-to-head with a massive 78% win rate over his opponent. But the momentum shifted heavily after Omnic secured that close victory in their previous meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries forward. Aster holds a commanding lead, sitting comfortably at 2-1. Things are staying very tight here, with neither player able to build any real momentum. Omnic really looks like he's fighting for his life today. What a scramble! He barely edges this one out to take a 3-2 lead. And it follows the pattern from their last meeting. And we're back to a deadlock at 3-all. It is a huge uphill battle for the 31st ranked player here. Aster claws back in front with a 4-3 lead. He's showing a lot of confidence after that strong 17-5 today. Unreal, Omnic survives by a hair after an absolute war of attrition to even things up. Tough day so far for the underdog, yet he keeps hanging in there. Omnic manages to jump ahead, taking a slim 5-4 lead. The lower seed is truly shaking things up today. A completely effortless victory, putting the favorite in total control of this map. He's really shaking off his typical struggle against the higher seeds. Absolutely ruthless. That's another effortless take for Omnic to keep the pressure high. Omnic takes a surprising 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the script has been flipped completely. We expected Aster to cruise, but that 4-round run really put the underdog in the driver's seat. Fresh start for both. Omnic has managed a remarkably low 20% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's wild to see him defying that trend so decisively right now. He is clearly playing without any pressure, while Aster struggles to respond. Another clean victory for Omnic, and he's now firmly back in control. A tough spot for the 14th seed to navigate. A sudden wake-up call as he manages to outduel his opponent. A glimpse of that top-tier skill showing through. Omnic is just cruising along with a 3-point cushion. He's finally capitalizing on that superior map percentage. Omnic is just refusing to let Aster get any traction here. This is a real battle of wills now. A total shutdown of the round. And now Omnic is just one step away from victory. And there it is, a lightning fast finish to close out the series in favor of Omnic. He's just completely rewritten the history books today, handing the higher seed a massive defeat on his own preferred map. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Omnic facing off on Mapas to see who takes the win. Aster has been incredibly consistent lately, putting up an 18-6 record over the last day. Well, it's clear he's entering this match with way more confidence than his opponent. He'll want to use that momentum to build a lead early. We're deadlocked at 1 apiece after a wild start. The gap in their lifetime win rates is staring us in the face right now. What a scramble! Aster manages to edge out the victory by the skin of his teeth, finally knocking Omnic off the ramp. Both players are fully locked in at 2-all. The underdog is definitely proving he can hang with the better seed. Omnic grabs the lead, putting Aster on the back foot. The 14th seed is really struggling to regain control here. Absolutely crushing it. Omnic takes the round without losing a single point of health. He answers back quickly, cutting into the slim lead. He really dominates the head-to-head history in these matchups. Omnic has only won about 30% of his recent matches. It's making this current lead feel like a bit of a fluke. He's clearly playing over his head right now, but Aster should be able to shut this down eventually. Omnic is surging ahead with a commanding 6-4 lead. It's a huge mental victory for someone sitting at rank 30. Unreal. He almost went down in that exchange, but manages to claw back the round just before the break. This keeps the series perfectly in line with their usual history. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the rankings suggested a total blowout, but the underdog is actually controlling the tempo. Aster needs to find a way to stop the bleeding if he wants to save this map. Let's see who blinks first. Omnic keeps the pressure on with an 8-5 cushion. He's really putting the head-to-head numbers to a test. Omnic is practically running away with this, leading 9-5. Total dominance in that exchange. That was a lightning-fast reaction. Aster is finally shaking off that goat streak and starting to push back. Absolute chaos there, and Aster somehow claws out the victory with a tiny sliver of health left. He's refusing to go quietly in this series. Omnic still holds a healthy 3-round advantage. He's really defying that massive lifetime head-to-head deficit. Omnic is simply not letting up. He has a real grip on the match now. The rating gap isn't playing a role in this server. Aster secures the advantage from the ramp, showing that he can still push for a comeback here. He's finally starting to lean on that experience advantage. Omnic puts on a clinic, shutting him down on the ramp to reach match point. Everything is on the line right now. What a finish. Omnic shuts the door and secures the victory right here. He really broke that historical hold and came out on top. Aster fought hard and nearly stole it a few times, but the momentum just stayed with the underdog. Welcome to Dunes. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off with the heavy favorite looking to bounce back today. Aster holds a huge head-to-head advantage with an overall win rate of 77% against his opponent. It's a dominant historical record that gives him a massive psychological edge coming into this series. He'll be looking to use that confidence to shut things down early. Aster is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's dealing with a tough string of results lately. These exchanges are lightning fast. Aster is just a half second quicker on the draw right now. Omnic is hanging in there, trailing by just 1. He's certainly looking stronger than he did in their earlier matches today. Omnic claws back to tie things up at 3-all. The lower rated side is completely disrupting the flow here. He's simply untouchable right now, taking full control of the server with another clean win. He just can't be stopped, securing a 4th straight victory to take a 2-round lead. Another rapid-fire victory for Omnic, who is now completely running the show. He's just completely in control now, extending that streak to 6 straight. A tough look for someone who normally owns this pairing. He finds his mark again, putting a stop to the landslide right before the switch. A vital point for the higher ranked player to claim. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is absolutely shocking the system right now. Aster is struggling to keep up with his opponent's pace in this first half. Time for the reset. Aster has kept it sharp today with an 18-7 record across his other matches. He is definitely finding his footing after a rough start. The main thing now is if he can turn this momentum into a full comeback. Omnic still holds a comfy 3-round cushion. It's been a tough series for the number 14 seed. What a fight! Aster barely scrapes through that scramble to keep his comeback alive. Starting to show some real grit in these high-pressure exchanges. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he outlasts this chaotic duel to narrow the gap. He's definitely digging deep to stay in this series. Omnic still holds a slim 2-round advantage over Aster. It's an unusual day for the number 30 seed. Absolute carnage in that exchange, but he survives the trade to keep the comeback climbing. The momentum has completely shifted as we're all square at 10 apiece. This is a complete deadlock now. He's just on another level right now, taking a huge step toward completing this recovery. He's really proving why the odds were so lopsided today. Aster is simply on a roll, and now he's just 1 round away from closing the door. Unbelievable, he closes it out with a fierce exchange to complete an incredible return and take the victory. Omnic really put a dent in him for a while there, but that late surge was just too much, yet he had to fight for every single point. What a series. Welcome to the arena. Today we have Aster taking on Omnic in a high-stakes battle for the win. Aster holds a massive historical advantage here, winning 77% of their meetings. Well, that long-term ownership is clearly weighing on Omnic as he struggles to get an early foothold. I wonder if Omnic can actually shift the momentum this time. Total control now as the lead grows to 3. He's just too fast for Omnic right now. His rating should be showing, but the gap is a chasm. Finally a response. Omnic digs in to get his first round on the board. Still a tough climb for the underdog to overcome. Aster is dominating, cruising toward a potential sweep at 4-1. He's been looking sharp with a 19-7 record over the last day. Aster is just relentless, pushing the lead to 5-1. That rating difference is becoming very apparent. He's completely in control now, picking up another round to extend the lead. A stark contrast to those earlier losses he suffered today. Omnic puts a stop to the slide with a crisp win to get back in the fight. Omnic currently has a win rate of only 31% overall, which makes this momentum shift all the more surprising. We are seeing a completely different story than the rankings suggest right now. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this push going. Aster secures another quick win as we head into the final round of the half. Shuts down that little run perfectly. Aster leads 7-5 heading into the break. I mean, the favorite is in the lead, as expected, but Omnic is playing him much closer than that head-to-head history would suggest. Let's see if he can narrow the gap further. Fresh start for both now. Aster extends the cushion to 8-5 right out the gate. He's currently ranked 14 on our ladder. Aster pulls even further ahead, sitting comfortably at 9-5. He's feeling a lot more confident than those recent match losses suggest. Another effortless take for Aster, completely shutting down any hope of a comeback from his opponent. Aster is simply outclassing him right now, picking up another win to keep this hot streak alive. The gap in skill level is really showing through now. Simply breathtaking. He's now just one victory away from closing this out. Absolutely out of his hands right now. Unbelievable. He closes it out with an untouchable display of precision to secure the series. He just keeps finding a way to shut that door. Omnic fought hard, but he's just not the answer for Aster tonight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Omnic are facing off on fast aim, with Aster entering as the heavy favorite. Aster has a total dominance over this head-to-head, having won 77% of their bouts. It's clear that confidence is playing a role here, since the two players have met several times already today. We just need to see if Omnic can actually find a way to disrupt this pattern. Aster's leading by 1, but Omnic is hanging in there. Omnic really needs to step up his game soon, or he's going to be buried early. It's just another day at the office for the 14th rank. Omnic is fighting hard to close that 3-2 gap. Omnic is definitely showing some resolve after those previous losses. Omnic completely takes over the momentum here, catching Aster right as he tried to hold that ramp. He's really playing the spoiler today. Aster reacts instantly and shuts him down while he's still climbing that ramp. His historical head-to-head advantage is a huge hurdle here. Aster has been remarkably consistent lately with a 20-0-7 record over the last day. You know, that kind of form usually means he's not just playing well, but playing a very disciplined style. It'll be tough for Omnic to claw back into this if he can't find a way to break that rhythm. Was way too easy. He just outdueled him and keeps this rally going. He really needs this momentum to hold if he wants to flip the script. Omnic keeps the pressure high from the ramp to narrow this gap to just 1. It's starting to look like an upset is actually on the table. We roll tied up at 6 apiece. You know, Omnic is punching well above his weight here. He has managed to keep pace with the favorite, despite the huge gap in their overall win rates. Fresh start for both. Aster puts a stop to that push and manages to hold his lead by catching Omnic on the ramp. He's definitely reminding everyone who the higher seed is here. Omnic completely neutralizes the high ground and manages to lock the series at 7-0. Omnic continues to claw back, securing another round to claim a slim lead. A complete turnaround from what everyone predicted going into this one. Back to a dead heat with Aster and Omnic tied 8-8. His experience with the pressure of the ladder is starting to show. Aster is looking very comfortable on that ramp, shaking off the pressure to extend his current run. He's really putting that rank 30 spot to the test. He's completely back in control, taking the fight from the ramp to push his lead to 10-8. Omnic is really feeling the weight of a tough day across the board. He's simply too fast right now, taking this round without giving up a single point of health. The skill gap is starting to feel like a canyon. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he finishes the job to put himself on the verge of victory. The gap in their rankings is on full display right now. Omnic denies the closing round by catching his opponent right off the ramp. He just needed to find a way back into this. What a finish! Aster shuts the door with a clean strike to secure the victory. He really maintained that composure to close this out. Omnic played a hell of a game, but he just couldn't crack those final rounds. welcome to Italy. We have Aster and Omnic facing off today, though Aster enters this one as the strong favorite. Aster holds a huge historical advantage with 77% of their head-to-head wins. It's clear he's normally the dominant force in this pairing. We just have to see if he can shake off a slow start today. Aster is finding his rhythm now, pushing ahead 2-1. His recent form is just scary right now. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's completely seized control of the map. The gap in skill between them is feeling quite wide. He's simply outclassing his opponent, adding a 4th straight win to the tally. It's a harsh reality for the number 31 spot. He's just completely out of his league, ending this round in under a second. Aster is just on fire, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. It's an unfortunate trend for the number 31 seed. Omnic answers back with a sharp reflex shot to pull his score up to 2. Aster has looked incredible today, moving to a 21-7 record over the last 24 hours. Well, we can see why that confidence is translating into such a steep lead in this series. Omnic needs to find some answers quickly. Aster is just relentless, extending the gap to 8-3. Aster heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. Everything is going exactly as planned so far. He really capitalized on that 6-round tier to make the scoreline look lopsided. Omnic needs a spark right here. Aster is just cruising along with a 10-3 lead. It's been a brutal day for the 31st seed. He's just putting on a showcase right now, completely dismantling everything Omnic tries to do. What a scramble. He survives that chaos by a mere sliver of health to reach match point. A lucky break there to stay alive. Unreal. That's the final blow, and Aster secures the series in a blink. Completely one-sided affair today, and he's clearly in the zone for this match series. Welcome to Redline. We have Omnic taking on the heavily favored Aster in today's match. Aster owns a massive head-to-head lead with 155 wins over Omnic, and honestly, it's clear why, since they've just come off 3 straight wins against him in their most recent outings. This is shaping up to be another tough day for Omnic. The pressure is mounting for the trailing player as he gives up another round to a blistering start from his opponent. Unbelievable. Aster barely hangs on with a sliver of health to secure this round. The gap in their ratings is starting to show. Omnic answers back quickly to put a halt to the early run. He's really fighting the uphill battle against a much higher ranked opponent. He's refusing to go away, shutting down any chance for a runaway lead. It's a surprising turn of events given the expected outcome here. That is 3 in a row for the underdog, and he looks completely in control now. A complete flip from what we expected going into this. What a turnaround! He clears the ramp to bring the score level at 4-4. He's completely dismantled the expectations coming into this series. A quick snap from the favorite to regain a narrow lead. A much needed response from the higher seeded player. Aster has been absolutely dominant in the last 24 hours with a 22-7 record. It's a stark contrast to the struggles we've seen from Omnic today. If this momentum holds, we could be looking at another one-sided series. Aster holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, it's basically played out as expected, though the underdog did manage to keep things close for a while. Let's see if Aster closes this out quickly. Time to see if Omnic can pivot. Aster is pulling away now, leading by 3. He's putting a huge gap between himself and the number 31 seed. Omnic is staying gritty, catching his opponent right off the ramp to cut the deficit. He's definitely starting to find some openings in the defense. Another clean look for the underdog, keeping the pressure on as he refuses to let the game slip. This is a completely different look than their last few head-to-heads. Absolute perfection from Omnic, evening the series up at 8-8 with a clean take. Aster secures the trade from the ramp to reclaim a 1-round lead. He is certainly playing like a top 15 player right now. Aster extends the lead back to 10-8. This is a tough run for him today, falling to 16 and 25 overall. Insane. He manages to clear the ramp and stay alive by the absolute skin of his teeth. His general form lately is just on another level. He's truly showing some grit, barely surviving that wild exchange to pull within 2. Aster is starting to look more human than he did earlier. What a scramble. Aster practically escapes death to pull himself to within 1 final round. What a finish. Aster shuts it down right now to claim the victory. He had a couple of nail-biters today, but he just knows how to close those tight gaps. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, Omnic and Esther are stepping onto dunes for this duel. Esther enters as the clear favorite today. Aster has practically owned this matchup historically, winning 78% of their encounters. It is a crushing trend that Omnic will need to break early if he wants to shift the momentum. He's certainly fighting an uphill battle here. A surprising deadlock now, with Omnic tying it up. He's really shaking off that losing streak from earlier today. Omnic's on fire now, leading by 1. Coming in after 3 straight losses to this same opponent. The score stays locked up as they trade momentum back and forth. It's anybody's game right now. Omnic has just surged ahead, holding a 3-2 lead. Aster usually looks completely untouchable in these types of battles. And we're back to square one with a 3-all stalemate. It's a fierce battle for the 31st ranked player right now. Aster is really finding his feet now, putting some serious pressure on Omnic with those quick wins. He manages to survive that exchange and extends his lead. Looking at that rating gap, it's clear why the higher seed is pulling away. The tide has completely turned, and he's now sitting on a 4-game roll. He is looking extremely sharp after a strong 23-7 day. Another clean sweep for Aster, who is simply outclassing his opponent right now. Omnic manages to dig in and grab this one, keeping things interesting. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, the gap in skill we expected is showing. Omnic stayed competitive early, but the favorite is simply too consistent for him. Let's see if the swap helps Omnic. Omnic is really feeling the weight of a rough day with that 15-26 record. It's a struggle that explains why he's falling behind in a match where Aster looks completely composed. It will take a massive shift in energy for him to find a way back. Aster is just cruising now with a 5-round cushion. He's definitely fighting through some tough historical head-to-head numbers here. Aster is really putting on a show here, just taking complete control of the map. These next few rounds are going to be a total sprint. Neither player is given an inch. Another rapid-fire win for Aster, moving him just 1 round away from victory. That was a lightning-fast exchange. A clutch response from Omnic to stay in the fight. It's a desperate scramble now to avoid the sweep. And there it is. Aster secures the final blow to shut the door on this series. He's just continuing to tear through the competition today, and that was far too one-sided for anyone else. Welcome to the arena. We have Aster facing off against Omnic in today's duel. Let's see if we can get an upset. Aster holds a massive head-to-head advantage with 157 total wins over Omnic. It's clear the momentum is staying with him after those 3 consecutive victories in their most recent encounters. He looks completely in control right now. Another fast reaction from the favorite, who now looks completely untouchable. A total shutdown. He's now claimed 4 straight to take a firm grip on the game. The difference in their current form is stark. Just brutal. He's completely dismantling his opponent right now. It matches the form we've seen from him throughout today. Absolutely ruthless. Aster is just stacking up the numbers right now. He's certainly making the most of his current 24/7 run. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, reaching a 7-round lead. He's really capitalizing on that rating gap today. Finally, a break in the action. Omnic manages to put a stop to the slide. He's had a tough run today, but this keeps things honest. Looking at the general stats, Omnic has a combined 14-27 record across all his games today. Well, the struggle to find any stability is really evident given how he's playing right now. He simply needs a big shift in momentum to stay in this. What a fight. He barely scrapes through that trade to push his lead to 10. He's really cementing his status as the heavy favorite here. We're heading into the break with Aster leading 11-1. I mean, this is exactly what the rankings predicted. He's essentially cruising toward a finish line that's already in sight. New sides. Let's get into it. He's fighting back just enough to keep this interesting, but the hill he has to climb is still incredibly steep. Still a lot of ground to cover for the rank 31 player. That's a surprising turn of events. We've got a real spark of life from Omnic here. The underdog is really trying to flip the script on this one. He wins that engagement and puts himself in a position to end the game right here. A very quick reset for the favorite. That's it. He closes out the series and takes home the victory. A really one-sided affair today. And that's just the 3rd time he's completely shut him down in a row. Welcome to Berserk League. We're on Mappas, where Omnic takes on the heavily favored Aster. Let's see who wins. Omnic puts the pressure on early by catching Aster right as he moved up the ramp. Aster is used to winning this matchup, historically claiming 78% of their encounters. That's why the early lead for Omnic is such a shock. It will be interesting to see if the favorite can shake this off. He manages to weather the damage and secures the kill to get back on the board. Expectations for the ladder leader were high, and we're starting to see why. He's refusing to go away, securing another point to keep this close. He's quickly erasing that early deficit. Absolute precision to even the playing field, and we are officially back to a deadlock. He's absolutely taking over now, claiming his 4th straight point to seize the lead. Omnic responds quickly to put us right back to a draw. It's a completely different story compared to their earlier encounters. Unbelievable, he barely clings to life with a few hit points left, but still comes out on top from that ramp. He's simply too fast right now, claiming his 3rd straight point with a perfect shot. Total shutdown as he drops the target right off that ramp for another huge point. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, we are looking at a huge potential upset here. Despite the historical gap, he's holding his ground against the favorite. Let's see if the momentum holds. Aster secures another close exchange from the ramp, showing great poise in his attempt to close the gap. He is quickly finding his footing after that stumble in the second half. What a response from the veteran, completely leveling the series. The momentum has completely swung back into his favor. A perfect display of skill to put him in complete control of the match. He's just completely shut down any hopes of an upset. Omnic quickly answers back to keep the series deadlocked. It's a total reversal of what we saw in their earlier matches today. He didn't let the pressure get to him, securing a clean victory to keep his lead. He really looks like the top seed in this series right now. We're back at the deadlock. 9-9 for both players. A huge shift from those lopsided losses earlier today. Omnic pulls ahead by 1 in a tight race. He's certainly fighting the trend of their last few meets. Aster is showing incredible fortitude, delivering a clean blow to pull us right back to a tie. The tension is reaching a boiling point as we approach the finish line of this marathon. A complete reversal from their last few matchups together. He keeps the momentum surging, moving within striking distance of the finish line. The underdog is simply refusing to fade away. Unbelievable. He closes the door on this series with a lightning fast shot to seal the victory. He's just completely broken that losing streak. He's been fighting all day. He really showed he can hang with the best of them. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we've got Omnic and Aster facing off on Orange today. Aster is the clear favorite here. Aster traditionally dominated this matchup with a 77% win rate over their long history together. It's a staggering gap, but Omnic is actually coming off a victory against him in their most recent meeting. We'll see if that confidence carries through here. Omnic is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. The gap in the ladder isn't showing at all right now. Aster is starting to flex that skill gap, quickly locking these back up at an even split. Aster takes the lead, moving ahead 3-2. The higher rated player is starting to assert his control. Omnic just clawed back to level things off at 3 apiece. Pure chaos for Aster, who's been on a tear lately. These exchanges are happening so fast, Aster is barely giving him a second to even react. Aster's been significantly more productive today with a 25-8 record in his last few matches. Honestly, he is looking much sharper than Omnic, who has been struggling through a difficult day. It is going to be hard for Omnic to find a way back into this. He's just too fast, keeping the momentum firmly on his side with another quick win. The difference in skill is becoming painfully obvious. Simply untouchable. He secures another flawless victory to keep the pressure high. Aster heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. And honestly, the higher seed is simply playing his game. That 5-round run really shifted the weight of this match in his favor. Time for a fresh start. Aster is just cruising now with a 9-4 cushion. The gap in the rankings is really starting to show now. Aster is just outclassing him, pushing the lead to 10-4. He's simply finding his rhythm after a rough start to the day. Omnic is refusing to just fade away, fighting back and keeping the pressure on. Omnic picks up a point to bring it to 6-10. Aster is quickly shutting down that mini run and keeping himself firmly in the driver's seat. Omnic is definitely putting up a fight, trying to chip away at that lead one round at a time. Omnic is actually putting on a clinic here, keeping his foot on the gas to tighten this series up. Brutal sequence from Aster, and he's now just one round away from a victory. A sharp reaction from Omnic to keep himself in the game. Tough spot for the favorite to be in. He's showing incredible grit, digging deep to keep this series alive. He's putting on a huge performance for someone who started the day so cold. Absolute precision to close it out. Aster takes the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't close the door. He had to fight for every inch of ground. What a bad... Welcome to the show. We're on red line today with Omnic and the heavily favored Aster facing off. Aster leads this rivalry by a huge margin with 159 head-to-head wins over Omnic. And those numbers usually translate into results when they both step into the server together. It will be tough for Omnic to turn things around tonight. A fierce exchange of fire on the ramp, but he walks away with the third straight win. He has really been fighting his way in his last 24 hours. Omnic answers back with a crisp shot to clear him off the ramp. He certainly isn't playing like a massive underdog tonight. Aster reacts instantly to pick him off the ramp and gets right back in control here. Absolute chaos on the screen. Aster barely scrapes through that encounter with his life. That 1550 rating is starting to make a real difference. What a fight. He barely walks away from that exchange, hanging on by a thread. An interesting shift for a player sitting outside the top 20. What a statement. He just keeps piling them on, refusing to let the lead slip away. Omnic has had a tough stretch today, going 14-28 across all his matches. It's clear he's fighting an uphill battle, while Aster looks completely refreshed. It'll be a long climb back if he can't find a way to break this momentum. Omnic holds his ground on the ramp to put another point on the board. He's certainly trying to shake off that early struggle. Another clean look for the trailing player, continuing this spirited charge into the intermission. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, he's in a good spot and everything is going according to plan so far. Omnic is fighting hard, but he just can't close the gap. Time to reset and refocus. What a slugfest! Omnic barely survives that one, showing some incredible grit to keep this series alive. Pressure is mounting for the top seed now. Aster keeps his distance with a tight 8-6 lead. He's looked sharp in most of their meetings today. Aster manages to shut down the push from the ramp, extending his lead once again. His current 26-8 record reflects exactly why he's leading. He's back in full control, quickly putting an end to the opposition's run. He manages to catch the opponent off the ramp for another round. He's managed to salvage a couple of wins in this series. He's refusing to back down, keeping the momentum shifted in his favor with another win. The confidence is clearly building for the underdog right now. Unreal. He barely survives that brawl, digging deep to secure another critical point. He just barely escaped that one with his life. What a grueling trade. Omnic clawed his way through that mess, surviving by the skin of his teeth. He's on fire now, out-reacting his opponent once again to close the gap to 10-11. A total shutout as Aster surges back to a 12-10 lead. Game over. Aster secures the final point to close out the series. Omnic really pushed him to the brink, but he just couldn't find that final gear to pull it off. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Aster and Omnic facing off today, with Aster entering as the strong favorite. What a frantic start. Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange to take the opening round. Aster enters this duel with a massive head-to-head advantage, winning about 78% of their past encounters. He's typically a nightmare for Omnic to deal with. It'll take some serious focus for the underdog to keep pace here. We're all squared up now, total deadlock. Aster is starting to build a bit of a lead here, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic early on. Absolute perfection, he just can't be stopped right now. The skill gap is starting to show here. Simply in a different gear right now, taking full control of the map. Unreal. He just barely survives that firefight to keep the momentum rolling. His recent match history against this opponent is just brutal. Omnic answers back immediately to cut that lead down. Looking at the ladder, there's a decent gap between these two. Aster has had a prolific day with a 27-8 record across his matches. Well, that high level of confidence is definitely translating into this duel. Omnic needs to find a way to disrupt that flow if he wants to keep this competitive. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he is playing exactly to his reputation right now. We can expect this level of consistency to continue as we switch sides. Time for Omnic to wake up. Omnic claws back to 5, but Aster still leads. A tough day so far for the number 31 seed. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat at 95. That higher rank is providing a lot of stability for him. They're trading rounds back and forth now. Omnic is refusing to let Aster close this thing out quickly. Good heavens, a complete slugfest. Omnic barely survives that brawl to keep the comeback alive. He's really starting to find an answer for that high tier play. Aster maintains a 3-round cushion as we hit 17. The rating difference is definitely showing on this map. Aster is starting to pull away again, really capitalizing on this momentum. Blistering shot puts him back in control, leaving Aster just a single round away from victory. What a finish! A clean closing shot secures the victory for Aster. He's just continuing this incredible run of form, looking completely untouchable today on the Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Omnic and Aster facing off, with the favorite looking to keep a strong streak alive. As Aster has totally dominated this head-to-head with 161 wins. It's a staggering gap in their history together. The early lead for Omnic is a real surprise given how much the upper tier player has controlled this specific matchup. Omnic is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 edge. He's definitely finding some confidence after those tough losses earlier today. Aster had the momentum, but he's just completely taken over this early section of the map. What a scramble. Both players were shredded in that trade, but he survives by a hair to take a commanding 3-round run. A hard-fought trade, but he manages to edge it out to level things up. He's really defying that ladder gap right now. Omnic holds a slim 1-round cushion moving into the 8th. Omnic is just on fire right now, picking up another quick victory to push the lead. Absolutely effortless. That's 4 straight for the favorite, who is just outclassing his opponent right now. Aster digs deep here to hold that charge and bring the score to 4-6. He knows exactly how to play against this kind of pressure. Aster is refusing to back down, securing another quick victory to keep this rally going. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, this is way closer than the history book suggested. Aster usually owns this matchup, but Omnic is refusing to let him pull away today. Time to see who blinks first. Absolute precision here. He's showing real grit to claw back into the lead. He's starting to look like the heavy favorite we expected. A dead heat now with both at 7. It's a complete reversal from the results we saw earlier today. Omnic pulls ahead by 1, reclaiming the advantage. Omnic is really shaking off those losses from his other games today. He's completely taking over the match, securing another straightforward win to put his opponent on the defensive. He is just completely unstoppable right now. Cruising to a 4-round streak. Total reversal from those blowout losses earlier today. He's just completely on another level right now, cruising to a 5-round run. He's just too fast right now, putting himself a single round away from victory. Hard to believe how much the momentum shifted from the start. Aster finally gets back on the board, halting that run with a perfect shot. A critical stop for the higher rated player. What a finish. Omnic closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. Just a phenomenal showing from the underdog to break that losing streak. He truly played his heart out there. Welcome everyone to Orange. Omnic and Aster are ready to face off, with Aster entering this one as the clear favorite. Aster has a strong history here, winning 75% of his matches on this map. He's generally dominated this pairing over the long term. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can break that psychological edge today. He just can't find a way through. Aster is on fire right now. His superior ladder position is really starting to show. He's completely shut down the opposition with another effortless snap. Aster's hold on this game is absolute. That's 5 straight for him. He's certainly making use of that rating gap right now. A strange exchange that went on for a while, but the outcome remains the same. Just complete air for Omnic. His recent 28-9 performance today is exactly what we expected. He's simply untouchable right now, extending his lead to a perfect 7. Both players traded heavy damage, but Aster managed to survive the chaos for an 8th straight win. Desperate duel that nearly went the other way, but he manages to close it out for a 9th consecutive win. Absolutely ruthless. He's just completely dismantled his opponent to reach double digits. A fierce exchange of fire, but Aster emerges on top once again to keep the momentum swinging his way. Aster is heading into the break with a 12-0 lead. I mean, he's practically perfect right now. Everything about this first half mirrors the huge gap in their historical head-to-head record. Omnic needs to wake up. Unreal. He closes it out with a perfect shot to sweep the series. Just a brutal outing for Omnic. He spent the whole game staring down a brick wall. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Omnic facing off on red line, with the favorite looking to dominate today. Aster is currently dominating the head-to-head with 162 wins over the long term. It's a staggering difference that makes this early lead for Omnic even more surprising. The pressure is really on the favorite to start closing that gap. He's comfortably maintaining that high tier rating advantage right now. These two are trading blows right now. Neither one is willing to let the other get an edge. Aster reads him perfectly and catches Omnic right as he's coming off the ramp. The 13th seed is putting a lot of pressure on him. Deadlocked at 3 apiece. This just became a toss-up. He's really fighting the uphill battle with that rating difference. Good heavens, Aster barely walks away from that exchange after picking him off the ramp. It's clear he's having a much more successful day overall. Aster is putting on a clinic here, using that ramp to secure a commanding lead. A fierce duel atop the ramp, but he manages to secure another victory. The gaps in skill are becoming very apparent here. He simply will not let up, securing another victory to stretch this streak to 4. Omnic has had a tough run over the last 24 hours. Omnic fights back with a clean hit of the ramp just before the halftime switch. A quick reset for the underdog before the side switch. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, this is exactly how the numbers looked on paper. Aster is simply more consistent on this map, which is why he's sitting comfortably in the driver's seat. Let's see a shake-up now. The battle for high ground was fierce, but Aster holds his position to extend that lead. That's a solid recovery after that tough stretch on the orange map. Omnic outduels him from the ramp, showing some real grit as he claws back into this match. He's definitely refusing to fade away in this set. He secures another from the ramp, proving he's not going down without a fight. The momentum is shifting away from the heavy favorite. Aster has spent the day in a commanding position with a 29-9 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear that he isn't letting that early challenge from Omnic shake his confidence. Now we just need to see if he can put a definitive lock on this. Aster shuts down that comeback attempt by clearing him off the ramp, extending his lead to 11-7. He's just showing why he holds that spot in the top 15. Omnic gets a quick burst of momentum back here with another smooth kill. What an effortless response. He's completely refusing to buckle under this pressure. That's a sharp shift in pace for this server. The search continues for Omnic, who's now staring down the favorite with an incredible amount of speed. Aster puts a stop to that momentum, moving to 12 and putting himself 1 round away from victory. He's really playing his way back to that top seed status. Absolute chaos in this final fight, but Aster scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health to close out the series. Omnic really pushed him to the brink today, but the experience of the top seed just won out in those final moments. He had to work for that. welcome to the arena. We've got Omnic facing off against Aster, though the favorite here looks very strong today. Aster holds a massive 163-47 lead in their lifetime head-to-head records. It's a historical mismatch that really puts the pressure on Omnic to prove he can close out the series. We'll see if the momentum shifts. Omnic is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Aster is definitely looking to bounce back from that last Dunes defeat. Omnic is clearly the one dictating the pace so far, making this an interesting start for the underdog. Omnic just grabbed another round, putting him up 3-2. Coming off a heavy 39 run in his recent games. Aster fights back and we are all squared up. The rating gap is starting to show. Omnic is really making Aster work for every single point in this set. He's fighting an uphill battle against a much higher seed. Deadlock at 4 apiece. This battle is getting intense. Aster is comfortably inside the top 15 right now. Omnic claims another one, pushing the lead to 5-4. It's a tough day at the office for the number 13 seed. They are simply trading blows right now, keeping this total deadlock going as they head toward the break. Omnic maintains the upper hand, edging ahead 6-5. That was an incredibly fast exchange for the lead. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, nobody expected the lower seed to be controlling things like this. Aster is really struggling to find an answer for his opponent right now. Time to see if Aster responds. Unreal, he barely escapes that exchange with a sliver of health remaining. That was a high stress sequence for the higher seed. Omnic is putting together a really respectable series despite having a poor 12-30 record over the last day. Well, it's a complete turnaround from his earlier results. We just have to see if he can maintain this pace. Omnic stretches his lead to 8-7 after that play. A much more confident look from the higher rated player. Aster equalizes the tally at 8-all. Looking at that overall win percentage, the top seed is usually too consistent. Omnic is refusing to let this slip away, keeping the pressure on with a really quick reaction there. Another tie. Omnic and Aster are locked at 9. He's definitely operating at a much higher level usually. Aster pulls ahead by 1, finally taking a slim lead. A solid 80% success rate in his last 10 speaks for itself. He's just completely taking over this map, moving an entire step closer to victory. Omnic answers back quickly, keeping himself within striking distance. The gap on the ladder is definitely narrowing right now. What a fast burst to put Aster just 1 round away from the series. The seed difference is definitely playing a role here. Omnic finds a quick shot here to keep the dream alive. Pure nerves now, the tension is peaking in this final stretch. And that's it. Aster closes it out right there to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the brink today, but the composure was just too much to overcome in the end. He had to fight for every inch of that map. What a battle. Welcome to the league. We've got Omnic and Aster facing off on Mapas, where the heavy favorite looks strong today. Aster claims the opening round, using that ramp advantage to secure the lead. He really looks like the stronger competitor this afternoon. Aster has won 78% of their career meetings. It's a staggering amount of historical dominance that Omnic is trying to overcome right now. He'll need to maintain this early composure if he wants to turn the tide today. Absolutely ruthless. He takes the lead to 3-1 and hasn't even broken a sweat. A complete turnaround from how their last few series went. A tough exchange here, but Aster comes through to tighten the gap. The upper half ranking is showing in his composure right now. Omnic is really starting to pull away at 4-2. He's fighting an uphill battle against the overall league rating. Omnic is just dominating, extending his grip to 5-2. The lower seed is really putting on a show today. Aster stays composed, shutting the door on that burst to keep this fight alive. He managed to trade back quickly after that last exchange. Aster puts on a great show of resilience, picking him off the ramp to narrow the gap. His focus is returning just as the pressure mounts. A complete lockdown from Aster, bringing the tally level at 5-5. He's completely erased that early deficit in the blink of an eye. Aster secures another one from the ramp, taking total control of the server. Just a glimpse of the pure skill gap we expected to see. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, he's maintaining his edge just as we predicted. He's looking sharp though. Omnic showed he can trade blows during that 3-round run earlier. Let's see how they handle the... Clears the air from the ramp to push his lead to 8-5. The momentum shift for the favorite is feeling permanent. He digs deep here, surviving a heavy exchange to snap that run. That was a lightning fast response from Omnic. Aster manages to secure another round, steadily climbing back into the driver's seat. His overall ranking certainly justifies this commanding performance. Another quick exchange in his favor, as he really refuses to let the other guy get any momentum. The gap in their overall league ratings is really becoming apparent. Omnic is fighting a tough battle with a 31% all-time win rate. He's usually the underdog in this pairing, so keeping this score close is a huge victory for him mentally. It'll be interesting to see if he can force another close exchange here. Unbelievable. They both dumped everything into that fight, but he barely limps away with a round. Insane nerve display there to clutch that out. A swift reaction there, and he's just one victory away from closing the map. And that's it. Aster digs in and claws back the entire series to secure a massive victory. That final stretch of rounds was a total shutdown. He just completely outclassed the competition today. Welcome everyone, we're on Junes today for a matchup between Omnic and the heavily favored Aster. Aster has completely controlled this rivalry, winning 78% of their encounters over the years. That's why it's so surprising to see him start the map on the back foot. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually keep this momentum going. Unreal, Aster digs deep to scrape out a survival with just a sliver of health left. He's looking quite dominant today with a 32-9 record in the last day. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece heading into round 4. Aster is certainly playing like a top 15 talent right now. Omnic holds a slim lead now, pushing his advantage. He's really shaking off that poor start to his day. Omnic is really putting a lot of pressure on the favorite right now. It's a bit of a shock given how poor his recent form has been. Omnic keeps his nose ahead with a 4-3 lead. Just a glimpse of that higher rating on the ladder. Omnic is really defying the odds with a low 30% all-time win rate. And honestly, seeing him put his opponent in a hole right now is a huge shift from their usual dynamic. He is certainly proving that he can step up against a top-tier opponent. Absolute deadlock at 5 apiece as we head back. The gap in their overall consistency really shows here. A lightning fast reflex play gives Aster another round and is firmly in control as we approach the break. Aster holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, the favorite is in a good spot here, though a 4-round win streak was really the only time he fully pulled away. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Aster is just a single point clear now. He's definitely fighting an uphill battle with his ranking in the 30s. Pure chaos as they've gone level at 7-all. It's an unusual look for a veteran who's usually so clinical. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures another victory, firmly taking the lead. The lower ranked player is making a massive statement right now. Both players traded heavy damage in that fight, but he manages to shut it down and keep the streak alive. He answers back with a swift kill to close the gap. The higher rated player is starting to claw back into this. Back to a dead hit with Omnic and Aster tied at 9. It's a familiar story as he continues his win streak in this series. Complete shutout of the round as the momentum swings heavily back in Aster's favor. He's simply too clean when he gets his feet set. Omnic answers back immediately to bring the score level. He's really shaking off the losses from their previous 3 matchups today. Aster is really starting to put the screws on here, finding another way to get the upper hand. Both players are fighting for every single point here. We're heading straight for a nail-biter. Coming off such a rough run of losses in their latest meetings. Aster secures another victory, putting him just a single point away from ending this. Just a sheer display of raw aim coming through. He shuts the door on regulation with a lightning fast strike, forcing us into overtime. Omnic is simply not letting up, continuing a very quick pace through these final exchanges. A massive shift from the outcome of their last 3 games. Total control here as he secures another rapid victory, extending that run to 3. A fierce exchange here, but he manages to survive and stop the bleeding.
What a fight. Both players were almost gone, but Aster barely edges this one out to even the score.
Absolutely terrifying to see him surviving on such a sliver.
He's just too fast. Another clean hit puts Aster one step closer to closing this out.
A perfect response from Omnic to bring this deadlocked a second time. Omnap neck not nip mech 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 mech.
And we're back to a stalemate at 16 apiece.
Aster just barely reclaimed the lead, making it 17-16. Really leaning on that higher seed to pull ahead. Aster is carving out a dangerous 2-point cushion now. Absolutely crushing the spirit of the opponent with that sequence. Aster claws back to a slim 18-17 lead. He's proving he belongs in this tier of competition. Aster's now sitting comfortably atop a 19-17 lead. He finally closes the door on this one. Omnic really pushed him to the absolute limit in overtime. What a series.